The note arrived during dinner, carried by a school owl that landed with unusual precision beside Iris Thornwood's plate of shepherd's pie. The parchment was thick and slightly crumpled, bearing Hagrid's unmistakable sprawling handwriting. "Miss Thornwood, could you come by me after dinner? Got something important to discuss. Bring your warm cloak." Hagrid Iris read it twice, aware of her housemate's curious glances. Beside her, Marcus Whitby leaned over with shameless nosiness. "Hagrid, you're not in trouble, are you?" "Don't be daft," Iris replied, tucking the note into her robes, probably about my Care of Magical Creatures essay. This was partly true. Her recent essay on the emotional intelligence of magical creatures had run to 4 scrolls, twice the required length, and Professor Grubbly Plank had returned it with a bemused note suggesting she consider a career in magizoology. But Hagrid's tone suggested something more than academic discussion. The Halloween decorations still adorned the Great Hall, though the feast itself was 2 days past. Floating pumpkins bobbed lazily near the enchanted ceiling, where clouds drifted across a deepening twilight sky. The Hufflepuff table hummed with its usual warmth, conversations about transfiguration homework, Quidditch practice schedules, and weekend plans for Hogsmeade. Iris had always loved this particular quality of her house's gatherings. The easy comfort, the lack of performance that sometimes marked other tables. But tonight, curiosity pulled at her with insistent fingers. She finished her meal without tasting much of it, declined pudding despite the treacle tart's tempting appearance, and slipped away from the table as her friends debated the merits of Puddlemere United's new seeker. The entrance hall felt cavernous after the Great Hall's warmth, all stone and echo and November chill seeping through ancient walls. Iris retrieved her warmest cloak from Hufflepuff Common Room, the practical wool one, not the lighter cape she wore to classes, and made her way across the grounds. The evening had settled into that peculiar autumn darkness that arrived earlier each day, pulling twilight down like a curtain. Iris followed the familiar path toward Hagrid's hut, her breath misting in the cold air. The groundskeeper's windows glowed with welcoming orange light, and she could see smoke curling from the chimney, carrying the scent of wood smoke and something cooking. Probably Hagrid's rock cakes, which had achieved legendary status among students for their remarkable density. She knocked, and immediately a tremendous barking erupted from within. "Down, Fang! It's only—" The door swung open, revealing Hagrid's beaming face above his wild beard. "Miss Thornwood, right on time. Come in, come in. It's bitter out there tonight." The hut's interior enveloped Iris in warmth. A fire crackled enthusiastically in the enormous fireplace, and Fang, Hagrid's massive boarhound, bounded over with tail, wagging hard enough to threaten the stability of nearby furniture. Iris had visited enough times to know the protocol. She scratched behind his ears until he calmed, then allowed Hagrid to guide her to the table. "Tea? Just made a fresh pot. And I've got rock cakes. Well, they're a bit hard, but if you dunk 'em long enough." "Tea would be lovely, thank you." Iris settled into the oversized chair, which made her feel rather small despite being nearly 17 and respectably tall. Hagrid's hut always had this effect. Everything scaled to his half-giant proportions, making visitors feel like children again. But there was comfort in it too, a kind of safety in the thick stone walls and sturdy furniture, the herbs hanging to dry from the rafters, and the gentle snoring of some small creature in a box near the fire. Hagrid set down 2 enormous mugs of tea and pushed a plate of rock cakes towards her with an encouraging nod. Iris took one politely, making a mental note to follow his dunking advice. "Now then," Hagrid said, settling into his own chair with a creak of wood, "I expect you're wondering why I asked you here." "The thought had crossed my mind," Iris admitted, wrapping her hands around the warm mug. "Read your essay, didn't I? The one about creature emotions and intelligence. Professor Grubbly Plank showed it to me. Thought I'd like it, and she was right." He leaned forward, his beetle black eyes bright with enthusiasm. "You really understand them, don't you? Not just the facts and classifications, but the creatures themselves." Iris felt warmth that had nothing to do with the tea. "I try. They're not just magical objects or dangerous beasts. They have their own lives, their own ways of thinking." "Exactly." Hagrid thumped the table, making the rock cakes jump. "That's exactly it. Too many wizards see them as things to use or things to fear, never bothering to understand what they actually are." He paused, took a long drink of tea, then set down his mug with uncharacteristic seriousness. "Which is why I'm hoping you might help me tonight." "Help you how?" "Need to go into the forest," Hagrid said simply. "Check on some of the creatures. Some it's been off these past few days. Can't quite put me finger on it, but when you've worked with magical beasts as long as I have, you get a sense for these things. The unicorns are restless, the centaurs have been quieter than usual, and I found bow-truckle scratchings on trees where they don't usually mark territory." Iris set down her mug carefully. "You want me to come with you into the forbidden forest at night?" "I know it's against rules for students," Hagrid said quickly, "but I've cleared it with Professor Dumbledore. He trusts me judgment on forest matters. You'll be perfectly safe with me. And I thought you'd appreciate seeing what most students never get to see. The forest at night, when the creatures are most active. The real heart of it. The forbidden forest." Iris had spent 6 years at Hogwarts, seeing it from windows and across grounds, a dark line of trees that marked the boundary between the castle's safety and genuine wilderness. She'd heard stories, of course. Everyone had. Tales of centaurs and acromantulas, of students who'd ventured in and barely returned, of ancient magic that predated Hogwarts itself. But she'd also spent 6 years studying magical creatures with genuine fascination, writing those over-length essays and spending her free periods in the library reading accounts from magizoologists who dedicated their lives to understanding the beings wizards feared. The chance to see unicorns in their natural habitat, to observe bow-truckles in their own territory, to witness the forest's ecosystem functioning as it should. "I'd be honored," she said quietly. Hagrid's face split into an enormous grin. "Knew you'd say yes. You're like me. Yeah, can't resist a good creature mystery." He stood, moving to gather supplies from various corners of the hut. "Now, we'll need lanterns, though. I'll keep 'em dim. Don't want to startle anything. Got some meat for the thestrals, woodlice for any bow-truckles we encounter, and a bit of treacle fudge." "Treacle fudge?" "For us," Hagrid said, looking slightly sheepish. "Gets cold in the forest after midnight. Right then, you've got your warm cloak, that's good. Wand at the ready, though ye won't need to use it, just in case. And stay close to me. The creatures know me, trust me, but they're wild things. We respect their space, and they'll respect ours. Iris stood, her heart beating faster now, with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Through Hagrid's small window, she could see the forest's dark outline against the star-scattered sky. Somewhere in those depths, unicorns moved through moonlit glades, centaurs read prophecies in constellations, and ancient magics hummed through root and branch. Hagrid handed her a lantern, its light warm but subdued, charmed to glow without the harsh brightness of normal flame. He took up his enormous moleskin overcoat, a crossbow that looked more for show than use, and a large leather bag that clinked with glass bottles. "One more thing," he said, pausing at the door. "The forest, it's not like the grounds or the castle. It's got its own rules, its own way of being. You might see things that don't make sense by normal magic. Don't try to understand everything. Just observe, respect, and learn. Can you do that?" "Yes," Iris said, and meant it. "Good. Let's be off then." They stepped out into the November night. The cold bit immediately, sharp and clean, carrying scents of frost and earth and the peculiar mineral smell that preceded snow. Fang bounded after them for a few steps, then seemed to think better of it and retreated to the hut's warmth with a low whine. "Clever dog," Hagrid said affectionately. "Knows when to stay home." They crossed the grounds, passing the greenhouses where exotic plants pressed against glass, their silhouettes strange in the darkness. Professor Sprout's latest acquisitions, no doubt. Iris had heard rumors of venomous tentacular cuttings arriving from Romania. The lake lay still and black to their left, and somewhere out on its surface, something large disturbed the water with a gentle splash. "Mer people," Hagrid said, noticing her glance, "singing their night songs. Beautiful, if you know how to listen." The forest's edge loomed ahead, a wall of darkness that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The trees here were old, truly old, with trunks wide as carriages and roots that buckled the earth into twisted patterns. The boundary was marked less by any physical barrier and more by a sense of crossing from one world into another. Hagrid paused at the tree line, one massive hand resting against an oak's trunk. "Ready?" Iris nodded, not trusting her voice. They stepped forward, and the forest swallowed them whole. The change was immediate and profound. Sound altered first, the open air's clarity replaced by something dense and close, as though the darkness itself had texture. Iris's lantern light seemed to shrink, illuminating only a small sphere around them, while the trees beyond remained shadow-draped mysteries. The ground beneath her feet felt different too, softer, layered with decades of fallen leaves and pine needles that released earthy perfume with each step. "Watch your footing," Hagrid said quietly, his voice lower now, respectful of the space they'd entered. "Tree roots get tricky here, and there's burrows. Don't want to go ankle deep in a rabbit warren." But these were no ordinary woods, and Iris knew it within moments. Luminescent fungi clung to tree trunks, glowing with soft blue-green light that pulsed like slow breathing. The mushrooms marked a path of sorts, though whether it was meant for them or merely coincidence, she couldn't say. Between the trees, she caught glimpses of movement, quick and low to the ground, or high in branches that rustled without wind. "Forest sprites," Hagrid murmured, following her gaze upward. "Harmless mostly, long as ye don't bother their nests. They're curious about ye. Don't get many students in here who aren't running from detention or looking for trouble." The path, if it could be called that, wound deeper into the trees. Iris became aware of sounds, distant hoots that might have been owls but carried stranger notes, the crack of branches, and something that sounded almost like whispered conversation in a language she didn't know. The air smelled of pine and earth and something else, something indefinably magical, as though the forest itself breathed out enchantment. "How far in are we going?" she asked, keeping her voice low to match Hagrid's. "Far enough to see what needs seeing. First, I want to check on the unicorns. Their glade isn't too deep, and they're usually the first to sense if something's wrong with the forest balance. Then we'll make our way to the Bowtruckle Grove, maybe visit the centaurs if they're willing, and check on the thestrals before dawn." He glanced at her. "Long night ahead. You sure you're up for it?" Iris thought of her warm bed in Hufflepuff dormitory, of the sleep she'd miss, of the early morning potions class that would be torture on too few hours of rest. Then she looked around at the luminous fungi, the ancient trees, the glimpses of magic moving through darkness, and felt something in her chest expand with wonder. "I'm sure," she said. Hagrid grinned. "That's the spirit. Come on then. Unicorn Glade is this way, and if we're lucky, the moon will be bright enough to see 'em proper. There's no sight like unicorns in moonlight, Miss Thornwood. No sight in the world." They walked deeper into the forbidden forest, leaving behind the last distant glimmers of Hogwarts lights, stepping into a realm where magic ran wild and ancient, where creatures moved according to laws older than wizardkind's understanding. And with each step, Iris felt the ordinary world falling away, replaced by something far stranger and infinitely more wondrous. The night's true journey had only just begun. The forest grew denser as they walked, the trees pressing closer together until their branches interlaced overhead in a canopy that filtered even starlight into scattered fragments. Iris followed Hagrid's broad back, trusting his familiarity with paths she couldn't discern. The ground rose and fell in gentle undulations, and twice they crossed small streams whose water ran so clear it seemed to glow with its own internal light. "Enchanted springs," Hagrid explained, when Iris paused to stare at one particularly luminous brook. "Fed by underground sources that run through old magic. The unicorns drink from them. Won't touch water that's been tainted by dark spells or cruelty. It's one way to know if a place is truly safe, watching where unicorns choose to graze." They climbed a gradual slope, weaving between oak and ash trees whose trunks bore the scars of decades, lightning strikes, creature markings, and strange symbols that might have been natural growth or something more intentional. Iris noticed pale hairs caught on the rough bark of a hawthorn tree, silver strands that seemed to shimmer even in the dim lantern light. Hagrid spotted them at the same moment. He stopped, gesturing for Iris to approach quietly. "Unicorn hair," he whispered, his voice carrying a note of satisfaction. "Fresh too, probably from this evening. They've been through here recent." Iris reached out carefully, touching the silken strands with her fingertips. They felt impossibly soft, finer than the finest thread, and warm despite the November cold. The hair seemed to pulse with gentle magic, and for a moment she felt a sensation like distant music, pure and clear and impossibly beautiful. "Can I?" "Take a few strands if you like," Hagrid said. "Fallen hair's no harm to them. But never, never take it by force. That's a terrible wrong, that is, and the forest doesn't forget such things." Iris gathered 3 strands carefully, winding them around her fingers before tucking them into her pocket. They would make a powerful wand core or potion ingredient, she knew, but somehow the thought of using them felt almost sacrilegious. These weren't materials for exploitation, they were gifts, evidence of something rare and precious moving through the world. They continued upward, and gradually the character of the forest began to change. The trees here grew farther apart, their trunks pale birch rather than dark oak, and the ground cover shifted from dense undergrowth to soft grass that released a sweet scent when crushed beneath their feet. Moonlight, which had been mostly absent under the heavy canopy, now filtered through in silvery shafts that painted the forest floor in patterns of light and shadow. "Nearly there," Hagrid murmured. "The glade's just beyond those birches. Now, when we arrive, let me go first. Unicorns know me, but they're cautious creatures, especially protective of their young. We'll stay at the edge, quiet-like, and if they choose to approach, we stay still and let 'em come to us. Understood?" "Understood," Iris whispered. They emerged from between 2 ancient birch trees into a clearing that stole Iris's breath completely. The glade was roughly circular, perhaps 50 feet across, carpeted in grass that seemed to glow with a soft pearlescent sheen in the moonlight. Small white flowers dotted the ground. Moon blossoms, Iris thought, remembering her herbology lessons, and a spring bubbled up from the glade's center, forming a pool so clear she could see smooth stones at its bottom, even from the edge. But it was the trees surrounding the space that truly captured her attention. They formed a perfect ring, their branches arching overhead to create a natural cathedral, and from those branches hung what looked like hundreds of tiny lights. Fairy lights, Hagrid breathed. Real ones, not the decorative kind. The fairies favor places where unicorns gather. Says something about the magic here. It does. And there, at the far side of the glade, were the unicorns. Iris had seen illustrations, of course. Every wizarding child grew up with picture books featuring unicorns alongside dragons and phoenixes. She'd even seen a preserved unicorn horn once in a museum display, behind thick, protective glass with warnings about its powerful properties. But nothing had prepared her for the reality of seeing them alive, moving, breathing in their natural habitat. There were 5 that she could count, 3 adults and 2 younger ones, probably yearlings based on their size. Their coats were pure white, so brilliant in the moonlight that they seemed to be woven from moonbeams themselves. Each movement sent ripples of silver light across their flanks, and their manes and tails flowed like liquid mercury, catching and reflecting every stray beam of light that penetrated the glade. The largest, a stallion, Iris thought, based on his proud bearing and the spiraled horn that rose at least a foot from his forehead, stood slightly apart from the others, his head raised and alert. He'd noticed their arrival, she realized, those dark, intelligent eyes fixed on the spot where she and Hagrid stood at the glade's edge. "Easy now," Hagrid murmured, though Iris couldn't tell if he was speaking to her or the unicorns. He moved forward, very slowly, making no sudden gestures, and settled himself onto a fallen log near the tree line. Iris followed his example, finding her own seat on a moss-covered stone. For several minutes, nothing happened. The unicorns remained where they were, the stallion watching them with unwavering attention while the others grazed or drank from the spring. Iris forced herself to breathe slowly, to remain perfectly still despite the cramping in her legs and the uncomfortable coldness of the stone beneath her. Then, gradually, the tension in the stallion's posture eased. His head lowered slightly, and though he continued to watch them, it was with less obvious suspicion. The mare nearest to him, distinguished by a slightly smaller build and gentler eyes, took a few steps toward the spring, and the yearlings followed her lead. "That's better," Hagrid whispered, barely audible. "They're accepting our presence. Won't come close yet. We're still strangers to them, even if they know me. But watch the young ones." Iris focused on the two yearlings. They moved with a grace that seemed almost liquid, their hooves making no sound on the grass despite their size. One was noticeably more confident than the other, staying close to the mare, probably its mother, while grazing. But the second yearling hung back, its movements less assured, and Iris noticed how it kept glancing toward the adults as though seeking permission or reassurance. "That one's the shy one," she murmured to Hagrid. "Aye, spotted that, did you? Born late in the season, that one was probably only 8 months old. The others are near grown, but that little one's still finding its confidence." Hagrid shifted slightly, reaching into his bag with careful slowness. Sometimes the shy ones are the most perceptive. They notice things the bolder creatures miss. The confident yearling approached the spring, lowering its head to drink. The water seemed to glow brighter where its muzzle touched the surface, and Iris saw ripples of silver spread outward in perfect circles. The shy yearling watched from a distance, clearly wanting to drink, but hesitant to move so close to where the humans sat. Minutes passed in stillness. Iris became aware of the glade's other sounds, the gentle burbling of the spring, the whisper of wind through birch leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and underneath it all, a kind of thrumming, not quite audible, more felt than heard, that seemed to pulse from the ground itself. "The glade's heartbeat," Hagrid said softly, noticing her expression. "Ancient magic, built up over centuries of unicorns gathering here. Some places in the forest are like this. They've soaked up so much pure magic that they become almost alive themselves. You can feel it if you're quiet enough, if you let yourself truly listen." Iris closed her eyes for a moment, focusing on that pulse. It felt like standing near the ocean and sensing the rhythm of waves, or hearing your own heartbeat in moments of perfect quiet. The magic here was old and clean, and somehow joyful. It made her think of clear mornings and first snow, and the particular happiness that came from being exactly where you were meant to be. When she opened her eyes again, the shy yearling had moved closer. It stood perhaps 20 feet away, near enough that Iris could see the delicate structure of its face, the intelligence in its dark eyes, the way its horn, still short, no more than 6 inches, caught and scattered moonlight into rainbow fragments. The yearling was watching her with curious intensity, head tilted slightly as though trying to understand what manner of creature sat so still on the moss-covered stone. Iris barely dared to breathe. She held the yearling's gaze, keeping her own expression soft and open, willing it to understand that she meant no harm, that she came only to observe and appreciate and learn. The yearling took another step forward, then another. "Don't move," Hagrid breathed, his voice barely more than a whisper of wind. "Let it come to ye." The other unicorns had noticed now. The mare raised her head from grazing, alert but not alarmed, while the stallion moved slightly closer, protective but willing to see what would happen. The confident yearling had stopped drinking to watch its siblings approach with what Iris could only interpret as curiosity. The shy yearling came within 10 feet, 5 feet, close enough that Iris could hear its breathing, see the individual strands of its mane shifting in the slight breeze, smell the sweet scent that seemed to emanate from its coat, like honey and fresh grass and something indefinably magical. It stretched its neck forward, nostrils flaring delicately as it scented her. Iris remained frozen, her heart hammering so hard she was certain the unicorn must hear it. The yearling's horn was now close enough to touch, gleaming in the moonlight with an inner radiance that seemed to pulse in time with the glade's heartbeat. Then, very gently, the yearling touched its muzzle to Iris's outstretched hand. The sensation was unlike anything she'd ever experienced. Warmth flooded through her palm and up her arm, but it was more than physical heat. It felt like being wrapped in approval and acceptance and trust all at once. The yearling's breath was warm against her skin, and for a moment she felt a connection to something pure and ancient and impossibly good. Tears pricked at her eyes, though she couldn't have explained why. Perhaps it was the simple beauty of the moment, or the overwhelming sense of being trusted by a creature that had every reason to fear humans. Perhaps it was the recognition that she was witnessing something most witches and wizards would never see. A wild unicorn, approaching freely, choosing to bridge the gap between its world and hers. The yearling allowed her to stroke its muzzle once, twice, its eyes half closing in what might have been contentment. Then, as suddenly as it had approached, it stepped back, tossed its mane in a gesture that seemed almost playful, and trotted back to its mother's side. Iris released a breath she hadn't known she was holding. "Well," Hagrid said softly, and there was unmistakable pride in his voice. "That was something special, that was. Unicorns don't approach just anyone, you know. They sense character, intention, the state of a person's heart. That one saw something in you worth trusting." Iris couldn't speak yet. She watched as the shy yearling rejoined its family, as the mare nuzzled it gently and the confident yearling touched its nose to its sibling's neck in what looked like congratulation. The stallion had relaxed completely now, returning to his grazing with apparent satisfaction that the intrusion had proved harmless. "Why are they here?" Iris finally managed to ask. "In the forest, I mean. They could be anywhere. Why stay so close to Hogwarts?" "Protection, mostly," Hagrid explained. "The forest is dangerous, aye, but it's also under Hogwarts' watch. There are wards around these parts, ancient ones laid down by the founders themselves, that keep out the worst sorts of dark wizards and magical threats. Unicorns are hunted, you know. Their blood has powerful properties, though at a terrible cost to the one who takes it." Iris remembered the lesson from Defense Against the Dark Arts years ago. Unicorn blood could sustain life even at the point of death, but killing something so pure to save yourself cursed you to a half-life, forever tainted by the murder of innocence. "That's why they're so wary," she said. "They've learned that humans can't always be trusted." "Some humans," Hagrid corrected gently, "but not all. There's good witches and wizards too, ones who'd sooner die than harm a unicorn. The creatures know that. They can sense it. Why do you think that youngster came to you? It knew you were safe." They sat in companionable silence for a while longer, watching the unicorns move through their nocturnal routines. The confident yearling began what looked like play, prancing around the glade's edge with exaggerated steps, while its sibling watched with apparent amusement. The mare drank long from the spring, the water glowing brighter with each touch of her muzzle. The stallion maintained his patrol, circling the glade's perimeter with watchful eyes, the eternal guardian of his small family. Iris noticed other details now that the initial wonder had settled into quieter appreciation. The way grass seemed to shimmer with each unicorn step, as though the ground itself responded to their magic. The particular quality of light that clung to their manes and tails, like captured starlight refusing to fade. The small flowers that seemed to bloom more brightly wherever they paused to graze. They change the places they inhabit, she said softly. Just by being here, they make the glade more magical. Aye, that's the way of it, Hagrid agreed. Pure magic breeds more magic. It's why places where unicorns gather become so special, why springs they drink from gain healing properties, why flowers grow brighter and trees stand straighter. They make the world better just by existing in it. The thought filled Iris with a kind of bittersweet ache. In a world that often seemed dominated by darkness and conflict, even here at Hogwarts, where the echoes of recent wars still lingered in older students' memories and professors' careful silences, the unicorns represented something untainted. They were proof that purity could exist, that innocence could survive, that beauty and grace had their own kind of strength. Eventually, Hagrid stirred. We should move on, he said reluctantly. The night's still young, and there's other creatures to check on. The unicorns are well. I can see that now. Whatever's been bothering the forest, it hasn't touched 'em yet. Iris stood slowly, her legs stiff from sitting still for so long. The unicorns watched their departure with calm eyes, and the shy yearling took a few steps toward them before its mother called it back with a soft sound that was part nicker, part chime. As they left the glade, Iris looked back one last time. The unicorns remained gathered around the spring, silver shapes in the moonlight, surrounded by their cathedral of trees and fairy lights. The stallion raised his head in acknowledgement, or perhaps farewell, and for just a moment his horn blazed with brilliant light like a star brought down to earth. Then the birch trees closed between them, and the glade was lost to sight. They walked in silence for a while, following another of those paths. Only Hagrid seemed able to discern. The forest around them felt different now, less threatening, more welcoming, as though witnessing the unicorns had changed Iris's perception of the whole space. She understood now what Hagrid had meant about respecting the forest's inhabitants. These weren't just magical creatures to be studied or feared. They were beings with their own lives, their own families, their own claim to these ancient woods. Thank you, she said quietly, for bringing me here, for letting me see that. Hagrid's bearded face split into a warm smile. My pleasure, Miss Thornwood. But the night's not over yet, not by a long shot. We've still got Bowtruckles to find, and if we're lucky, we might catch sight of the centaurs. Each creature's got its own story, its own magic to share. He paused, listening to something Iris couldn't yet hear, then nodded to himself. Come on then. The Bowtruckle grows this way, and if I'm not mistaken, we've got ourselves a bit of a puzzle to solve when we get there. I mentioned finding unusual scratchings. Time to see what's caused them. They descended the slope, moving deeper into the forest's heart, leaving the unicorn glade behind, but carrying its magic with them like a blessing. And in Iris's pocket, 3 strands of silver hair seemed to pulse with gentle warmth, a reminder that she had been touched by something rare and precious, something most would never know. The night's mysteries were far from over, and the forest still had countless secrets to reveal. The terrain shifted as they moved away from the unicorn glade. The gentle birch forest gave way to older, darker trees, oak and ash, whose trunks were so massive that 3 people linking hands couldn't have circled them. The canopy overhead thickened again, blocking out the moon and stars, and the forest floor became uneven with roots that twisted across the path like sleeping serpents. Hagrid moved with surprising grace for someone of his size, stepping over obstacles with practiced ease while Iris picked her way more carefully behind him. The lantern light seemed smaller here, more fragile against the pressing darkness, and she became aware of sounds that hadn't been present in the unicorn's territory, distant crashes, as of something large moving through undergrowth, and occasionally a call that sounded almost like speech in an unfamiliar language. "We're approaching Centaur lands now," Hagrid said quietly. "They've got their own territory in the forest, their own ways of managing things. We'll be respectful, keep our voices down, and hope they're in a mood to tolerate visitors." "Are they dangerous?" Iris asked, remembering vague warnings from her first year about avoiding the forest's inhabitants. "Not dangerous exactly," Hagrid said carefully. "Proud, though, independent. They don't much like wizards as a rule. Too much bad history there. Too many years of being treated as less than beings despite their intelligence. Centaurs are as smart as any wizard, maybe smarter in some ways. They read the future in the stars, understand magic that most of us can't even begin to grasp." They walked on, and Iris began to notice markers of habitation. A tree bore deep gouges that could only have been made by hooves striking bark. Stones had been arranged in peculiar patterns, not quite circles, but geometric shapes that suggested purpose and meaning. And there, hanging from a low branch, was what looked like a wind chime made of bones and feathers, clicking softly in the breeze. "Territory markers," Hagrid explained. "The centaurs are letting anyone who knows how to read the signs that this is their land. We're guests here now, not wanderers." The sound of hoofbeats reached them first, a rhythmic drumming against earth that Iris felt as much as heard. Hagrid stopped, raising one hand in a gesture that might have been greeting or caution. Iris froze beside him, her heart suddenly racing. 3 centaurs emerged from the shadows between the trees. They were magnificent. Iris had seen drawings, of course, but nothing had prepared her for the reality of their presence. From the waist up, they appeared almost human. Muscular torsos bare despite the November cold, faces that combined human intelligence with something wilder and stranger. But from the waist down, they were hoarse, with powerful bodies that spoke of strength and speed. Their coats varied. One was chestnut brown, another dappled grey, and the third was deep black that seemed to absorb what little light reached this part of the forest. The black centaur moved forward, his expression stern. "Hagrid," he said, his voice deep and carrying an accent Iris couldn't quite place. "You walk far from the castle this night, and you bring a human child into our lands." "Bane!" Hagrid replied with careful respect. "Didn't mean to intrude. We're just passing through, checking on the forest's creatures. This is Miss Thornwood. She's a student, but one with a good heart and respect for magical beings." Bane's dark eyes shifted to Iris, studying her with an intensity that made her want to look away. She forced herself to meet his gaze, remembering what Hagrid had said about centaurs valuing strength and honesty. "A student," Bane repeated, as though tasting the word. "And what does a student seek in the forest at this hour? Knowledge from books is not found beneath these trees." "I seek understanding," Iris said, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. "Of the creatures who live here, of the magic that exists beyond castle walls. Hagrid has been teaching me to see the forest as more than just a dangerous place, to understand it as a living community." The chestnut centaur snorted softly, though whether in derision or amusement, Iris couldn't tell. The grey one remained silent, his face unreadable. Bane considered her words for a long moment. "Understanding," he said finally. "A worthy goal, though rarely achieved by humans. You wizards build your stone castle and believe you command the forest, when in truth you understand nothing of its deeper currents." "That's why I'm here," Iris replied, "to learn what I don't understand." Something flickered in Bane's expression, not quite approval, but perhaps a lessening of hostility. He glanced at Hagrid, then back to Iris. "The stars are restless tonight," he said. "Mars shines bright and red, and the centaurs read omens in the heavens. Change is coming to the forest, though its nature remains unclear. Perhaps that is why Hagrid walks the old paths, checking on those who dwell here." "You've felt it too, then?" Hagrid asked. "The sense that something's off?" The grey centaur spoke for the first time, his voice quieter than Bane's, but carrying equal authority. "The forest's balance shifts, old magic stir, and creatures move in patterns we have not seen before. The unicorns grow wary, the acromantulas press closer to their territorial boundaries, and even the thestrals seem unsettled." "We've noticed the same," Hagrid said. "That's why we're out tonight, trying to understand what's happening before it becomes a real problem." Bane nodded slowly. "Then perhaps your walk serves purpose. Come, if you would learn of centaur ways and see what we see, you may observe our gathering. But only observe," he added, his tone hardening slightly. "Do not speak unless spoken to. Do not interrupt our readings, and do not question what you cannot comprehend." "We understand," Hagrid said quickly, "and we're grateful for the courtesy." The centaurs turned without another word, their hoofbeats creating a steady rhythm as they moved deeper into their territory. Hagrid and Iris followed at a respectful distance, and Iris found herself mesmerized by the centaurs' movement, the powerful grace of their horse bodies, the way they navigated the forest with absolute confidence, never stumbling over roots or ducking unnecessarily beneath branches that seemed to move aside for them. They emerged into a clearing larger than the unicorn glade, but less cultivated, more wild. Ancient standing stones formed a rough circle at its center, weathered and moss-covered, but still standing proud after what must have been centuries. The ground here was bare earth, packed hard by countless hooves, and when Iris looked up, she gasped. The canopy opened directly overhead, creating a perfect window to the night sky. Stars blazed with a brilliance she'd never seen, even from the astronomy tower. The moon hung full and heavy, painting everything in silver light, and she could see constellations she recognized from her classes: Orion, Cassiopeia, Ursa Major, as well as others whose patterns she didn't know. More centaurs were gathered in the clearing, perhaps a dozen in all. They ranged in age from ancient elders whose coats had gone grey to younger ones, barely past adolescence. Some carried bows of yew wood, arrows fletched with feathers that caught the moonlight. Others held staffs carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. At Bane's gesture, Hagrid and Iris moved to the clearing's edge, settling themselves near one of the standing stones. The centaurs paid them little attention, their focus entirely on the sky above. The eldest centaur, his coat white as snow and his face deeply lined with age, moved to the circle's center. He raised both arms toward the heavens, and when he spoke, his voice carried a resonance that seemed to make the very air vibrate. "Tonight, we read the movements of the celestial spheres," he intoned. "Mars burns bright in the house of conflict. Jupiter wanes toward shadow. The moon grows full, but carries with it the shadow of coming darkness. What do the stars tell us, children of the forest?" The other centaurs began to speak, their voices overlapping, but somehow creating harmony rather than chaos. Iris couldn't follow all the references. They spoke of planetary houses and stellar conjunctions, of comet paths and asteroid patterns, using terminology that went far beyond anything she'd learned in Professor Sinistra's astronomy classes. "The red planet speaks of struggle," the chestnut centaur said, his eyes fixed on a particular point in the sky. "But struggle can bring growth or destruction. The path remains unclear." "Venus rises late," a female centaur added, her dappled coat gleaming in the moonlight. "Love and beauty delayed, but not denied. Hope exists, though it must be sought with patience." Bane stepped forward, his gaze intense as he studied the stars. "I see conflict in the planetary alignment. The old ways challenged by the new. Change forced upon those who would resist it." The ancient white centaur, clearly the leader of this gathering, nodded slowly. "The stars do not lie, though we may misread their truths. Something approaches the forest, neither wholly good nor wholly evil, but possessing the power to alter the balance we have maintained. Whether this change serves or harms remains to be seen." He paused, then turned his gaze directly toward Iris and Hagrid. The intensity of his attention made Iris want to shrink back, but she held her ground. "The human child," the elder said. "She bears the mark of unicorn blessing. I can see it upon her, the touch of pure magic. Interesting that such a one should walk the forest on this particular night." Iris felt heat rise to her cheeks as all the centaurs turned to look at her. She resisted the urge to reach for her pocket, where the unicorn hairs still rested. "I meant no disrespect," she said quietly. "The young unicorn approached me of its own will." "Of course it did," the elder replied, and there was something almost like amusement in his ancient eyes. "Unicorns are never wrong about character. Tell me, young human, do you know your own constellation?" "My constellation?" "The stars under which you were born. Surely even wizard children are taught to read such basic signs." Iris thought back to her birth date, to the astronomy lessons that had covered zodiacal signs. "I'm a Pisces," she said, "born in late February." The elder centaur tilted his head, studying the sky. "The fishes, water sign, associated with intuition, empathy, connection to the mystical. You swim between two worlds, never fully in one or the other, seeing truths that others miss." He paused. "The stars say You have chosen wisely to walk among creatures tonight. Your path leads through understanding, not dominance. Thank you, Iris said, uncertain what else to say. The elder nodded, then returned his attention to the gathered centaurs. Continue the reading. The night is long, and the stars have much to tell us. For the next hour, Iris and Hagrid sat in silence, watching the centaurs work. It was unlike any magic Iris had ever witnessed. There were no wands, no incantations, no potions or deliberate spells. Instead, the centaurs simply observed, reading patterns in the heavens and drawing meaning from the dance of planets and stars. Occasionally, one would trace symbols in the air, and Iris would catch glimpses of silvery light following their fingers, constellations brought down to earth for closer study. She began to understand why centaurs held themselves apart from wizard society. This was magic of a different order entirely, older, deeper, connected to the fundamental movements of the cosmos, rather than the manipulation of individual forces. It required patience and wisdom that most wizards would never develop, a willingness to be humble before mysteries that couldn't be controlled or commanded. The grey centaur who had spoken earlier moved to stand near the standing stone where Iris sat. He didn't acknowledge her presence directly, but she sensed he was allowing her to hear what he said to a younger centaur beside him. You see how Saturn moves through its ordained path? He said, pointing to a particular star. Slow, steady, inevitable. That is the nature of true wisdom, not rushing, not forcing, but moving with patience toward understanding. Humans too often seek to grasp knowledge before they are ready to hold it. The young centaur nodded. But some humans learn, do they not? Surely there are wizards who understand patience. Some, the grey centaur agreed. Rare ones. Those who watch without trying to control, who listen without imposing their own interpretations. His eyes flickered briefly toward Iris. Perhaps this one will be such a human. The stars suggest she has the capacity, though whether she fulfills it depends on choices not yet made. Iris felt a weight settle on her shoulders. The burden of potential, of expectations she hadn't sought, but somehow acquired simply by being present at this gathering. She thought of the shy unicorn's trust, of Hagrid's willingness to bring her into the forest's heart, of the centaur's grudging permission to witness their sacred ritual. All of it spoke to some quality these magical beings sensed in her, some promise she hadn't known she carried. She looked up at the stars, trying to see them as the centaurs did, not as distant lights to be catalogued and measured, but as the living forces whose movements shaped destiny and revealed truth. Mars blazed red and fierce, speaking of conflict. Venus hung low on the horizon, promising beauty and connection. The moon's face seemed to hold secrets, shadows within its brightness that suggested complexities beyond simple illumination. What would the stars say about her future, about the path she'd chosen to walk, studying creatures rather than seeking power or prestige? She had no way of knowing, and perhaps that was the point. Centaurs read the stars, but they also accepted that not all futures could be changed, not all destinies could be avoided. There was freedom in that acceptance, and terrible responsibility too. The gathering began to wind down as the moon reached its zenith. The elder centaur spoke a final blessing in a language Iris didn't recognize, and the other centaurs bowed their heads in response. Then, one by one, they began to disperse, moving off into the forest with that same fluid grace, until only Bane and the elder remained. "You may go," the elder said to Hagrid and Iris. "You have witnessed what few humans see. Use this knowledge wisely, or do not use it at all. The centaurs do not share their wisdom lightly." "We're grateful," Hagrid said, standing and helping Iris to her feet. "And we won't forget the courtesy you've shown us." Bane stepped forward, his expression still stern but perhaps fractionally softened. "The forest grows more restless each night," he said quietly. "Whatever comes, it will test all who dwell here, wizard and creature alike. The stars suggest trials ahead, but also the possibility of deeper understanding. Walk carefully, Hagrid, and teach your student to do the same." "I will," Hagrid promised. As they left the clearing, Iris looked back one last time. The elder centaur stood alone among the standing stones, his white coat gleaming in the moonlight, his face turned upward toward the stars. He looked ancient and wise and utterly at peace, a being who had learned to read the universe's deepest secrets and accepted what he found there. The forest seemed different as they walked away from centaur territory, charged with meaning, heavy with significance. Iris's mind spun with everything she'd witnessed: the formal ritual, the complex star reading, the centaur's obvious intelligence and depth of knowledge. They weren't the savage creatures some wizards described, nor the noble but simple beings she'd imagined from books. They were themselves, complex, proud, wise in ways wizard-kind had forgotten or never known. "That was extraordinary," she whispered to Hagrid once they'd moved far enough from the clearing that her voice wouldn't carry. "Aye," Hagrid agreed softly. "Not many wizards get to see something like that. The centaurs usually want nothing to do with us. Can't say I blame them, given how they've been treated over the years. But tonight, they chose to share something precious. I think they sense the same thing I do, that change is coming, and maybe, just maybe, it'll take all of us working together to face it properly." They walked on through the darkness, leaving the star readers to their ancient vigil, carrying with them new understanding and the weight of prophecies not yet fulfilled. And overhead, unseen through the forest canopy, the stars continued their eternal dance, speaking truth to those who had learned to listen. The ground sloped downward as they left centaur territory, descending into a valley where the air grew noticeably warmer and thick with the scent of living wood. Iris noticed the change in vegetation immediately. The dark oaks and ash gave way to different species, trees she recognized from herbology. Rowan with its clusters of red berries even in November, hawthorn twisted into gnarled shapes, and tall, straight specimens that made her pulse quicken with recognition. "One trees," she breathed. "Aye," Hagrid confirmed, pleasure evident in his voice. "Willow, ash, holly, yew, all the woods that Ollivander and other wand-makers favour. This grove's been protected for centuries, maybe longer. The trees here are descended from the originals that the founders themselves used when they first came to Britain." The grove opened before them, and Iris understood immediately why this place commanded such reverence. The trees grew in seemingly random patterns, but there was an underlying harmony to their arrangement, as though each had chosen its position with careful thought. Their trunks were smooth and straight, reaching upward with a grace that suggested both strength and flexibility. Even in the dim lantern light, she could sense the magic thrumming through them, different from the centaur's celestial magic or the unicorn's purity, but equally powerful in its own way. This was potential magic, the raw material from which tools of transformation were crafted. "Now," Hagrid said softly, setting down his bag and extracting a small jar. "The bowtruckles who live here are particularly protective. Can't blame 'em. There's been too many wand-makers over the years who've taken more than they should, shown no respect for the trees or their guardians. We'll need to approach slowly, make an offering, and see if they're willing to let us observe." He opened the jar, and Iris caught the musty scent of woodlice, dozens of them crawling over each other in their container. Hagrid scooped a handful onto a flat piece of bark, then placed it at the base of a magnificent holly tree whose trunk gleamed silver-white in the moonlight. "Now we wait," he murmured, settling himself onto a moss-covered log. "Bowtruckles are cautious creatures. They'll be watching us already, deciding if we're a threat." Iris sat beside him, her eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. For long minutes, she saw nothing. Then gradually, she began to notice details that her eyes had initially passed over. A cluster of twigs that seemed oddly arranged, a pattern of bark that looked almost like a tiny face, movements so subtle they might have been caused by wind, except there was no wind in this sheltered grove. "There," Hagrid whispered, pointing with the barest movement of his finger. "On the oak, about 10 feet up. See the branch that forks into 3. Look just below it." Iris strained her eyes, following his direction. At first she saw nothing but bark and branch. Then the bark moved, and she realized she was looking at a bowtruckle. It was perhaps 8 inches tall, composed entirely of what appeared to be twigs and bark and small leaves assembled into a vaguely humanoid shape. 2 twig-like arms ended in surprisingly long fingers, perfect for climbing and gripping bark. Its head was difficult to distinguish from its body, but she caught the glint of 2 small, bright eyes, studying them with suspicious intelligence. "Don't move," Hagrid breathed. "Let it get used to us." The bowtruckle tilted its head, much as a bird might, then scurried along the branch with remarkable speed. Its movement was so fluid and natural that it truly seemed part of the tree itself, an extension of the oak, rather than a separate creature living upon it. More movement caught Iris's eye. Once she'd spotted the first bowtruckle, others became easier to see. There, 3 of them clustered around a hawthorn's trunk, their twig bodies forming a protective barrier around what looked like a hollow in the bark. And there, a solitary one perched on a high willow branch, standing guard like a tiny sentinel. And there, actually, that whole section of rowan bark was bowtruckles, at least a dozen of them, camouflaged so perfectly that they appeared to be nothing more than interesting knots and patterns in the wood. "There's so many," Iris whispered. "Healthy population," Hagrid agreed quietly. "Means the trees are well. Bowtruckles only thrive where their host trees are strong and properly cared for. They're like the conscience of a forest, in a way. Where you find happy bowtruckles, you know the woodland is being treated right." One of the braver bowtruckles, or perhaps simply the most curious, detached itself from an ash tree and began making its way down the trunk, moving in fits and starts, pausing frequently to reassess the threat level of the 2 visitors. It was fascinating to watch. The creature's fingers found purchase in the smallest cracks in bark, and its legs bent at angles that seemed impossible for any creature with bones. The bowtruckle reached the ground and approached the offering of woodlice with obvious interest. It circled the bark plate once, twice, then darted forward with surprising speed to snatch up a woodlouse. The insect disappeared into the bowtruckle's mouth, though Iris couldn't actually see where its mouth was, and the creature seemed to relax slightly. A soft clicking sound emerged from the trees around them, like dozens of small wooden wind chimes, all sounding at once. "They're talking," Hagrid translated, "letting each other know the food's safe, that we're not an immediate threat. Watch, more'll come now." He was right. Within moments, bowtruckles began emerging from their camouflage positions throughout the grove. They descended from branches and appeared from tree hollows, each moving with that same peculiar grace, part insect and part something entirely unique to their species. Soon there were at least 20 gathered around the offering, clicking and chittering to each other in their wooden language while they helped themselves to woodlice. Iris noticed they had a hierarchy. The largest bowtruckles, presumably the eldest, ate first, while smaller ones waited their turn with surprising patience. There seemed to be family groups too, clusters of bowtruckles who stayed close together, with the largest ones occasionally grooming the smaller ones, picking bits of debris from their twig bodies with those impossibly long fingers. "That big one there," Hagrid murmured, indicating a bowtruckle nearly a foot tall with particularly gnarled twig arms. "That's probably the Grove Guardian, the eldest and wisest of the lot. See how the others defer to it?" The Guardian bowtruckle had positioned itself between the other bowtruckles and the humans, maintaining its protective stance even while the rest of the colony fed. Its eyes, brighter than the others, like tiny chips of amber, never left Hagrid and Iris. Slowly, carefully, Hagrid reached into his pocket and withdrew his wand. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Every bowtruckle froze, their clicking communication cutting off as though severed. The Guardian bowtruckle bristled, its twig body seeming to expand, making itself appear larger and more threatening. Several of the others scattered back to their trees, while the braver ones adopted defensive postures, raising their long-fingered hands in what was unmistakably a threatening gesture. "Easy now," Hagrid said softly, keeping his wand completely still. "Not here to harm anyone. Just want to show you something." He held the wand horizontal across his palm, making no threatening movements. The bowtruckles remained tense, but didn't flee. The Guardian inched closer, head tilted in that bird-like way, clearly trying to understand what it was seeing. "This wand's made of oak," Hagrid explained, though Iris wasn't sure if he was talking to her or the bowtruckles. "Harvested properly, with permission and respect, from a tree that gave its wood willingly. The one maker who made it knew the old ways, knew to ask before taking, knew to plant 2 saplings for every branch removed." The Guardian bowtruckle crept closer still, now within arm's reach of Hagrid. It extended one long-fingered hand toward the wand, and Hagrid lowered his palm to the ground, allowing the creature to investigate. What happened next made Iris catch her breath. The bowtruckle touched the wand, and the wood seemed to respond. A faint glow emanated from where twig fingers met oak, and the bowtruckle's whole body shuddered. It made a sound unlike the earlier clicking, something softer, almost mournful, like wind through autumn leaves. "It recognizes its kin," Iris whispered, understanding flooding through her. "Aye," Hagrid confirmed quietly. "That wand was once a living branch, protected by bow-truckles just like these. They can sense it, the echo of what it was, the sacrifice it made to become a tool of magic. This one's paying respects in its way." Other bow-truckles approached now, their fear apparently overcome by curiosity and that strange recognition. They clustered around Hagrid's wand, touching it with reverent gestures, their clicking language taking on a different quality, sadder perhaps, but also acknowledging something important and necessary. "Miss Thornwood," Hagrid said softly, "take out your wand, slowly now. Let 'em see it." Iris withdrew her wand, 10 inches willow, with a unicorn hair core, and held it as Hagrid had across her open palm. The bow-truckles turned their attention to this new object, and several approached to investigate. A smaller bow-truckle, no more than 6 inches tall, was the first to touch Iris's wand. The moment its twig fingers made contact, Iris felt something extraordinary, a connection, faint but unmistakable, between the willow wood of her wand and the living willow trees in the grove. It was as though a circuit had been completed, energy flowing from tree to wand and back again, acknowledging their shared nature. The small bow-truckle looked up at Iris with those bright eyes, and she could have sworn it nodded, a tiny gesture of acceptance and understanding. "Remarkable," she breathed. "I never thought... I knew wands came from trees, obviously, but I never really understood what that meant." "Most wizards don't," Hagrid said. "They see wands as tools, forget they're living things that made a sacrifice. These bow-truckles, though, they remember. They protect the trees, but they also understand that sometimes a tree chooses to give of itself, to become part of something greater. It's a balance, see? Take with respect, give something back, maintain the relationship." Iris watched as more bow-truckles examined her wand, each touching it briefly before moving away. She noticed that the guardian bow-truckle was watching her now rather than the wand, and those amber eyes seemed to be assessing her character, judging whether she was worthy of carrying willow wood. "I promise," she said softly, not sure if the creature could understand her words, but hoping it might sense her intent. "I'll never forget where this came from. I'll treat it with the respect it deserves." The guardian bow-truckle tilted its head, considering, then made a sharp, clicking sound. The other bow-truckles responded immediately, forming into organized groups and scurrying back to their respective trees. Within moments, the grove was quiet again, though Iris could still see the creatures watching from their camouflaged positions. But before the guardian left, it did something unexpected. It approached the magnificent holly tree where they'd first placed the offering and disappeared into a hollow near the base. Moments later, it emerged carrying something in its long fingers. A small piece of wood, no bigger than Iris's thumb, with a strange silvery sheen. The guardian approached Iris and, with surprising gentleness, placed the wood fragment in her hand. "Blessed ancestors," Hagrid whispered, genuine awe in his voice. "That's a gift, that is. A piece of wandwood, freely given. Do you know how rare that is?" Iris closed her fingers carefully around the fragment. It felt warm, almost alive, and she could sense magic within it. Not active magic requiring a wand movement or incantation, but potential magic, waiting to be shaped and directed. "Thank you," she said to the guardian bow-truckle. "I'll treasure this." The creature made a soft clicking sound that might have been acknowledgement, then scurried back up its holly tree, disappearing into the bark so completely that Iris lost track of exactly where it had gone. Hagrid and Iris sat in silence for a while longer, watching the grove's subtle movements as bowtruckles went about their business, tending to tree bark, hunting for insects, grooming each other, and maintaining their endless vigilance. Occasionally one would pause to look at the two visitors, but the initial wariness had faded. They'd been accepted, at least temporarily, as non-threatening presences in the bowtruckle's domain. "Look there," Hagrid said quietly, pointing to a cluster of rowan trees at the grove's far edge. "See those marks on the bark? Those are old harvesting scars from years ago when wand makers weren't as careful. The tree survived, but yet can see the damage." Iris studied the indicated trees. The scars were deep and irregular, suggesting branches had been sawn off rather than carefully removed. The bark around the wounds looked rougher, darker, as though the trees had struggled to heal. "But they're recovering," Hagrid continued. "See the new growth around the scars, and the bowtruckles have been tending to them. They use a kind of resin they make from tree sap and other ingredients. Helps the wounds close faster. Give it another decade or two, and those scars will be barely visible." "Is that why you wanted to check on them?" Iris asked. "To see if the recovery was progressing?" "Partly," Hagrid admitted. "But also, remember I mentioned finding unusual scratchings? It was here, in this grove, bowtruckle marks where they shouldn't be, on trees that already have established guardians, as if new bowtruckles were trying to claim territory or defending against some threat I couldn't identify." He stood, moving carefully through the grove to examine various trees. Iris followed, watching as he studied bark patterns and ran his fingers over markings invisible to her untrained eye. "Here," he said finally, indicating a young ash tree. "These marks are fresh, made within the last few days, but they're not defensive scratchings. They're more like markers, boundaries." Iris looked closely at the scratches. They formed a pattern, deliberate and repeated, running in vertical lines down the trunk at regular intervals. "What does it mean?" "I'm not entirely sure," Hagrid admitted, his brow furrowed. "But I think the bowtruckles are expanding their protected territory, claiming trees they didn't guard before, which suggests either the population's growing, a good thing, or they're reacting to some threat by increasing their vigilance. Could be related to whatever's been unsettling the other creatures." A soft clicking came from above them, and they looked up to see the guardian bowtruckle watching from a high branch. It made a series of complex gestures with its twig fingers, pointing first to the marked trees, then to the forest beyond the grove, then back to itself in what seemed like a deliberately communicative sequence. "It's trying to tell us something," Hagrid muttered. "Wish I spoke bowtruckle better. I think it's saying the threat comes from outside the grove, and they're preparing for it." The guardian clicked again, more urgently, then disappeared back into its tree. "We should move on," Hagrid said quietly. "Check on the thestrals, see if they can tell us more. Whatever's happening in the forest, it's affecting all the creatures. The centaurs sensed it in the stars, the unicorns are wary, the bowtruckles are expanding their defenses. We're building a picture, but we don't have all the pieces yet." Iris took one last look at the grove, committing it to memory. The silvery trunks of the wand trees, the barely visible bowtruckles maintaining their eternal watch. the sense of deep magic that permeated the space. She slipped the gifted wood fragment carefully into her pocket, where it rested beside the unicorn hairs. 2 gifts in one night, both freely given by creatures with every reason to distrust humans. It felt like a responsibility and a promise, though of what she wasn't entirely certain. They left the grove, following a narrow path that led deeper into the forest's heart. Behind them, the clicking of bow truckles faded into the general sounds of the woods, wind through branches, the rustle of small creatures in undergrowth, and beneath it all, that constant pulse of ancient magic. "Thank you for bringing me here too," Iris said softly. "I'll never look at my wand the same way again." "Good," Hagrid replied, genuine satisfaction in his voice. "That's the point of all this, isn't it? To understand that magic isn't just spells and potions. It's relationships, connections, respect between different kinds of beings. The bow truckles taught ye something tonight that no classroom ever could." Iris nodded, her hand unconsciously moving to her pocket where her wand rested. She could almost feel it differently now, not as a mere tool, but as a living thing that had chosen to serve, that deserved honor for its sacrifice. The forest path grew narrower and darker as they walked, leading them toward their final destination of the night. And somewhere ahead, in a clearing she had yet to see, the Thestrals waited, creatures of death and understanding, ready to offer their own lessons to those brave enough to learn. The forest changed again as they moved away from the one-tree grove. The air grew colder, carrying a different quality, not threatening exactly, but solemn, as though they were entering a space that demanded reverence. The trees here stood farther apart, their branches bare and skeletal against the night sky, and the undergrowth thinned to scattered patches of hardy ferns and moss. Iris noticed the absence of small animal sounds. No rustling in the leaves, no distant bird calls, no scurrying of mice or voles. The silence felt deliberate, respectful, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. "We're approaching the Thestral glade," Hagrid said quietly. "Now, Miss Thornwood, I need to ask you something personal, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. But have ye ever seen death? Witnessed it, I mean, not just heard about it or found something already past?" Iris felt her throat tighten. She'd known this question would come. Thestrals were visible only to those who had seen death and processed what it meant. She'd read about them extensively, fascinated by creatures that existed on the boundary between life and death, seen by some and invisible to others. "Yes," she said softly. "My grandmother, 2 years ago, during the summer holiday. She had been ill for a long time, and we knew it was coming, but knowing didn't make it easier when it happened. I was holding her hand when she passed." Hagrid's expression softened with understanding. "I'm sorry for your loss, but it means you'll be able to see the Thestrals proper like. Some people think that's a curse, only being able to see 'em if you've experienced death. But I think it's more of a recognition, maybe. The Thestrals can sense those who understand mortality, and they allow themselves to be seen in return." They crested a small rise, and the Thestral glade spread before them. It was a wide clearing, larger than either the unicorn glade or the centaur gathering place, with packed earth underfoot and scattered patches of grass that looked silver in the moonlight. Ancient yew trees formed a loose circle around the space, their dark branches spreading like protective arms. And there, in the clearing's center, were the thestrals. Iris stopped walking, her breath catching in her throat. They were simultaneously beautiful and unsettling, existing in that uncanny space between skeletal death and graceful life. Their bodies were horse-like but emaciated, every bone visible beneath skin so thin it seemed translucent. Great wings folded against their sides, leathery and bat-like, with delicate bone structure visible through the membrane. Their heads were draconic, with white, pupilless eyes that seemed to see far more than the physical world. But despite their skeletal appearance, they moved with fluid grace. A mare stood near the clearing's edge, her neck arched as she nuzzled a foal who couldn't have been more than a few months old. The foal was all awkward angles and oversized wings, but it pressed against its mother with obvious affection. "They're magnificent," Iris whispered. "Aye, they are," Hagrid agreed, his voice full of warmth. "Most people can't see past the bones, can't understand that death doesn't mean something is evil or wrong. Thestrals are gentle creatures, peaceful and intelligent. They just happen to represent something humans have trouble accepting, that death is a natural part of life." He moved forward slowly, and Iris followed, acutely aware that they were entering sacred space. There were perhaps a dozen thestrals in the glade, several mares, a powerful stallion who stood watch at the far end, and 3 foals in various stages of growth. The stallion raised his head as they approached, those white eyes fixing on them with calm assessment. He made a sound, not quite a horse's whinny, but something deeper, more resonant, carrying a note of question. "It's just me, Tenebrous," Hagrid called softly. "Brought a student who can see you, who understands. We mean no harm, just wanted to check on the herd, make sure you're all well." The stallion, Tenebrous, apparently, considered this for a long moment, then lowered his head in what seemed like acceptance. He returned his attention to the herd, but Iris noticed he kept one ear turned toward them, maintaining awareness of their presence. "Yeah, named him?" Iris asked. "Not officially," Hagrid said with a slight smile. "But I've been coming to this glade for years, bringing food when the hunting's poor, checking on injuries, helping with difficult births. You get to know individuals after a while, and they seemed to accept the names I use for them. Tenebrous is the herd leader, wise, protective, and surprisingly gentle for such a powerful creature." From his bag, Hagrid produced several large cuts of raw meat wrapped in cloth. The smell was immediate and strong, making Iris wrinkle her nose, but the Thestral's reaction was instant interest. Several mares moved closer, their white eyes fixed on the food. "They're carnivorous," Hagrid explained, unwrapping the meat and placing it on a flat stone he'd obviously used for this purpose before. "Hunt mostly at night, birds, small mammals, occasionally deer, but they're not wasteful hunters. They take only what they need, and they're smart about managing the populations of their prey." The Thestrals approached the offering with surprising delicacy. Despite their skeletal appearance and carnivorous nature, they ate without aggression or competition, allowing the younger ones to feed first, while the adults waited their turn. It spoke to a social structure as complex as any Iris had observed in the unicorns or bowtruckles. The mare with the youngest foal finished eating and moved toward where Iris and Hagrid stood. Up close, Iris could see every detail. The way light seemed to pass through the wing's membrane creating patterns of shadow and brightness. The surprising warmth that emanated from the Thestral's body, despite her skeletal appearance. The intelligence in those white, pupilless eyes that seemed to look directly into Iris's soul. "Easy now," Hagrid murmured. "She's curious about you. Thestrals can sense things about people, their relationship with death, their acceptance or fear of mortality. She's trying to understand what kind of person ye are." Iris stood very still, allowing the mare to investigate her. The Thestral extended her neck, nostrils flaring as she scented Iris's hair, her robes, the hand that Iris slowly raised. The foal peeked around its mother's legs, those over-large eyes blinking with innocent curiosity. Then, with shocking gentleness, the mare pressed her muzzle against Iris's palm. The sensation was completely different from the unicorn's touch. Where the unicorn had brought warmth and purity and a sense of blessing, the Thestral's touch brought understanding. Iris felt a wave of emotion that wasn't quite her own. Grief, yes, but also acceptance, peace, and a strange kind of comfort. It was as though the Thestral was acknowledging her loss, her experience with death, and offering compassion for it. Tears welled in Iris's eyes unexpectedly. She hadn't cried when her grandmother died. Not really. She'd been too focused on being strong for her family, on getting through the funeral and the aftermath with dignity. But now, standing in this moonlit glade with a skeletal creature that understood loss in ways humans struggle to articulate, she felt the grief she'd been holding finally acknowledged. "It's all right to cry," Hagrid said softly. "Thestrals understand tears. They've witnessed enough death to know that grief is natural, that it needs to be felt, not hidden." The mare remained close, her presence somehow comforting, despite her appearance. The foal ventured out from behind its mother's legs, approaching Iris with the fearless curiosity of the very young. It was even more skeletal than its mother, all angles and oversized wings, but its movements held a kind of awkward charm. Iris knelt slowly, bringing herself to the foal's level. It stretched its neck toward her, mimicking its mother's investigation, then made a soft sound, somewhere between a chirp and a whinny, that seemed to express pleasure at this new discovery. "May I touch it?" Iris asked Hagrid. "If the mother allows it, aye. Watch her body language. She'll let you know if she objects." The mare remained calm, even nudging her foal gently toward Iris in what seemed like encouragement. Iris reached out carefully, running her fingers along the foal's neck. Despite the visible bones and translucent skin, the creature was warm and very much alive. She could feel the strong pulse of its heart, the gentle rise and fall of breathing, the vitality that existed beneath the death-like appearance. "How old is this one?" she asked. "Born in late summer," Hagrid said. "About 3 months now. They grow fast. This one will be near full-sized by next year, able to fly properly and hunt on its own. But for now, it stays close to its mum, learning the ways of the herd." The foal nuzzled Iris's hand, then suddenly spread its wings. A clumsy, enthusiastic gesture that nearly knocked Iris backward. The wings were enormous even in their juvenile state, easily spanning 10 feet when fully extended. Moonlight shone through the membrane, creating intricate patterns of light and shadow, and Iris could see the delicate bone structure that supported the leathery skin. "Showing off," Hagrid said with obvious affection. "They love to display their wings, even the young ones." Takes them a few months to get the coordination for actual flight, but they practice from the moment they're born. The foal folded its wings back against its sides, looking pleased with itself, then trotted over to join the other young thestrals. They began what looked like play, chasing each other in circles, spreading their wings and hopping awkwardly, making those strange chirping, whinnying sounds that seemed to express joy despite their eerie quality. Iris stood, watching them with a smile, despite the tears still wet on her cheeks. There was something profoundly healing about witnessing this. Creatures associated with death, with loss and endings, playing with the carefree abandon of children. It reminded her that death and life weren't opposites, but parts of the same cycle. That understanding mortality didn't mean surrendering to sorrow. My grandmother would have loved seeing this, she said softly. She was a witch too, worked with magical creatures in her youth. She always said the most important thing was to see past the surface, to understand what a creature truly was beneath appearances. Sounds like a wise woman, Hagrid replied, and she'd be proud of ye, I think, carrying on that philosophy. Tenebris, the stallion, approached them now. He was larger than the mares, his skeletal frame somehow more imposing, and his wings were magnificent even folded. He moved with the confidence of a leader, assessing these visitors to his territory with keen intelligence. Hagrid bowed his head slightly, a gesture of respect, and Iris copied him. Tenebris stopped a few feet away, studying them both, then made a low sound that rumbled in his chest like distant thunder. He's concerned, Hagrid translated. The whole herd's been on edge recently. They've sensed something in the forest, something that makes them uneasy. The same thing the centaurs saw in the stars? Iris asked. What the bowtruckles are defending against? Likely, aye. Thestrals are sensitive to shifts in the natural order. They exist on the boundary between life and death, so they notice when that balance is threatened. And from the way Tenebris is acting, whatever's coming is getting closer. The stallion made another sound, this one more urgent, and gestured with his head toward the forest's eastern edge. His white eyes seemed to glow more brightly, and several of the mares moved closer to their foals, adopting protective stances. What's he saying? Iris asked, feeling tension build in her chest. Hagrid's expression had grown serious. He's warning us. Says something's been circling the edges of their territory for the past few nights. Something that doesn't belong, that carries a wrongness with it. The Thestrals haven't seen it clearly, but they've heard it, smelled it, sensed its presence, and it's getting bolder. A chill ran down Iris's spine that had nothing to do with the November cold. Around them, the forest suddenly seemed less peaceful and more threatening. The shadows between trees grew darker, deeper, and she became hyper-aware of how isolated they were, how far from the castle's safety. Should we be worried? She asked quietly. Cautious, maybe, Hagrid replied. But we're not in immediate danger. Tenebris would make that clear if we were. Whatever it is, it's not here now. But he's right to be concerned, and we should take his warning seriously. The stallion approached closer, until he stood directly before Hagrid. He lowered his great head, and Hagrid reached up to rest his hand on the Thestral's muzzle, a gesture of mutual respect and trust built over years of careful relationship. We'll find out what's causing the disturbance, Hagrid promised the creature, and we'll do what we can to protect the forest and all who live in it. You have my word on that." Tenebris seemed satisfied with this assurance. He raised his head, then did something unexpected. He turned to Iris and bowed, actually bowed, lowering his head and one foreleg in a gesture unmistakably courtly and deliberate. "He's acknowledging you," Hagrid said, wonder in his voice, "accepting you as someone who understands, someone worthy of trust. That's incredibly rare, Miss Thornwood. I've never seen Tenebris bow to anyone except Dumbledore." Iris felt the weight of the gesture, the responsibility it carried. She bowed back, trying to convey her own respect and her commitment to honoring the trust being placed in her. The stallion straightened, made a final sound, softer now, almost approving, then turned and walked back to his herd. The mares had relaxed slightly, returning to their grazing and foal tending, though Iris noticed they maintained greater awareness than before, ears constantly swiveling to catch sounds, eyes scanning the forest's edges. "We should let 'em rest," Hagrid said quietly. "They've shared their concerns, given us important information. Time for us to start heading back, process what we've learned tonight." Iris took one last look at the Thestral herd, the skeletal mares with their foals, the powerful stallion standing guard, the ancient yew trees surrounding their sacred space. Despite their association with death, despite the sadness that hung about them like morning mist, there was something deeply peaceful about this place. The Thestrals had made their peace with mortality, had found grace in their role as witnesses to endings. There was a lesson in that, Iris thought, one she was only beginning to understand. As they left the glade, the youngest foal, the one who had displayed its wings so enthusiastically, called out to them, a sound somewhere between farewell and blessing. Iris raised her hand in response and thought she saw the foal spread its wings once more, a final show of trust and acceptance. The forest path back toward Hogwarts seemed different now, filtered through everything Iris had witnessed. She was no longer the same person who had knocked on Hagrid's door hours ago. She'd been touched by unicorn magic, accepted by Bowtruckles, witnessed centaur wisdom, and received a Thestral's bow. 4 encounters that had fundamentally changed how she understood the magical world. "Hagrid," she said as they walked, "what do you think is coming? What could make all these different creatures uneasy?" "I don't know for certain," he admitted. "But whatever it is, it's big enough to register across species, important enough to make ancient creatures prepare their defenses. Could be a natural shift in the forest magic, could be something or someone moving through these parts with intentions we don't yet understand. The forest has its own rhythms, its own way of communicating when something's wrong. Will you tell Dumbledore?" "Aye, first thing tomorrow. He'll want to know about the Thestral's warning especially. But for now..." Hagrid paused, looking up at the sky where the first hints of pre-dawn grey were beginning to lighten the eastern horizon. "For now, let's get you back to the castle. Dawn's not far off, and you'll need at least a bit of sleep before classes start." They walked on through the gradually lightening forest, carrying with them the night's secrets and warnings, the gifts freely given and the trust hard-earned. And behind them, in their glade beneath the ancient yews, the Thestrals stood watch over the boundary between life and death, eternal witnesses to the forest's deepest mysteries. The sky had shifted from black to deep indigo as they made their way through the forest. following what Hagrid assured her was the safest route back toward Hogwarts. But rather than heading directly for the castle, he led them on a winding path that curved around the base of a steep, rocky hillside covered in dense undergrowth. "One more stop before we return," Hagrid said quietly. "There's something I want you to see, to understand, really, about the forest's balance. Not all creatures here are gentle like unicorns or wise like centaurs. Some are dangerous, predatory, built for hunting and surviving in ways that make them frightening to humans. But they have their place too, their role in keeping everything in balance." Iris felt her earlier fatigue replaced by renewed nervousness. "Where are we going?" "Acromantula territory," Hagrid said, and though his tone was matter-of-fact, Iris's stomach clenched. "Don't worry, we won't be getting close. But I want you to see evidence of them, to understand how they fit into the forest ecosystem." Acromantulas. Iris had read about them, of course. Giant spiders with human-level intelligence, capable of speech, highly territorial and dangerous. They were classified as XXXXX by the Ministry, wizard killers, creatures to be avoided at all costs. The thought of even being near their territory made her skin crawl. "I know they frighten you," Hagrid said gently, apparently reading her expression even in the dim light. "And that's not unreasonable. They are dangerous, no denying it. But fear shouldn't mean ignorance. Understanding why they're here, what role they play, that's important too." They climbed higher on the hillside, and Iris began noticing changes in the vegetation. The trees here were older, more twisted, their bark darker and covered in strange growths. The undergrowth grew thicker, more tangled, creating natural barriers that seemed designed to keep creatures out or in. Then she saw the first web. It stretched between two ancient oaks, easily 20 feet across, with strands as thick as her finger. The web's construction was geometric and precise, beautiful in a disturbing way, glistening with morning dew that made it seem woven from silver thread. But unlike the delicate webs of garden spiders, this structure looked strong enough to trap something much larger than insects. "That's a young one's web," Hagrid murmured. "The adults make 'em even bigger, strong enough to catch deer if they wander too close. The silk's incredibly valuable, stronger than dragon hide, more flexible than metal. But harvesting it," he shook his head, "well, that's not something I'd recommend." As they moved carefully along the hillside's edge, keeping well clear of the web-marked territory, Iris saw more evidence of the acromantula's presence. Trees bore deep gouges where massive pincers had scraped bark. The ground was littered with bones. Deer, boar, smaller creatures, picked completely clean and discarded. And everywhere, those webs, in trees, across clearings, forming tunnels through the undergrowth that led deeper into what was clearly the colony's heart. "How many are there?" Iris asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Hard to say exactly. Dozens, maybe more. They breed quickly, acromantulas do, and they've been in this part of the forest for quite some time now." Hagrid's expression grew distant, almost sad. "The thing about acromantulas is they're not mindless monsters. They're intelligent, capable of complex thought and communication. But their nature is to hunt, to protect their territory fiercely, to see most other creatures as either threats or food." A sound echoed from deeper in the territory, a clicking, scraping noise that made every hair on Iris's neck stand on end. It was followed by another sound and another, creating a chorus of chittering that suggested multiple large creatures moving through the darkness. "They're stirring," Hagrid said, glancing at the lightening sky. "Acromantulas are mostly nocturnal, but they'll be active for another hour or so before retreating to their deeper burrows. We should keep moving, maintain our distance." They continued along the territory's edge, and from her carefully maintained position of safety, Iris observed the ecosystem that had developed around the Acromantula colony. Smaller spiders, though still much larger than normal, scurried along web strands, maintaining and repairing the massive structures. Birds avoided this section of forest entirely. The trees here held no nests, no song. Even the undergrowth seemed different, more dead vegetation than living plants, as though the presence of so many predators had drained some essential vitality from the space. "They're apex predators," Hagrid explained quietly. "At the top of the food chain in this part of the forest. That means they help control populations of other creatures, deer, boar, wolves. Without predators like acromantulas, those populations would grow too large, overgraze, destroy the balance. It's harsh, but it's necessary." "But they're dangerous to humans too," Iris said. "Surely that's a problem, having them so close to Hogwarts." "Aye, which is why their territory is strictly forbidden to students, why we maintain wards and warning systems. The acromantulas know the boundaries too. They've learned that ventures too close to the castle bring wizards with spells and fire, and they're smart enough to avoid that conflict. It's an uneasy truce, but it holds." They reached a vantage point on a rocky outcrop that overlooked a natural hollow in the hillside. Hagrid gestured for Iris to crouch low and remain absolutely silent. She did, peering over the edge into the hollow below. What she saw would haunt her dreams for weeks. The hollow was filled with acromantulas, dozens of them, ranging in size from small ones no bigger than dinner plates to massive specimens the size of small carriages. Their bodies were covered in thick black hair, their multiple eyes gleaming in the pre-dawn light like clusters of pearls. Massive pincers clicked and clacked as they moved, and their 8 legs made unsettling scraping sounds against rock and earth. At the hollow's center, on what appeared to be a throne of woven web and bone, sat the largest acromantula Iris had ever imagined. It was ancient, she could tell, its hair grey with age, its movements slower and more deliberate than the younger spiders. But its size was staggering, easily 15 feet across, with pincers that could have snapped a human in half with minimal effort. "That's the colony leader," Hagrid breathed, his voice barely audible. "Ancient, that one is. Seen generations of acromantulas come and go. The younger ones bring it food, protect it, listen to its guidance. There's a social structure here as complex as any wizard community." As they watched, a group of younger acromantulas approached the ancient leader, dragging what looked like a freshly caught boar. They presented it with obvious deference, and the old spider made a sound, a series of clicks and scrapes that somehow formed words, though in a language Iris didn't understand. The younger spiders responded in kind, their clicking creating what was unmistakably conversation. They were discussing the kill, Iris realized, or perhaps the hunt itself. There was intelligence in those exchanges, strategy and communication that went far beyond animal instinct. "Can you understand them?" she whispered to Hagrid. "Some of it. Acromantula speech is complex, but I have learned a bit over the years. They're discussing territory. Seems they've noticed the same disturbances as the other creatures. Prey animals acting strangely, moving in patterns that don't make sense. They're concerned too in their way. The ancient leader made another series of clicks, and the younger spiders dispersed, some heading deeper into the hollow, while others climbed into the surrounding webs. The hollow gradually emptied until only the leader remained, settling onto its web throne with a sound like rustling leaves. For just a moment, those clusters of eyes seemed to fix on the outcrop where Iris and Hagrid crouched. The ancient spider tilted its massive head, and Iris could have sworn it saw them, knew they were there, and was choosing to allow their observation. Then it turned away, dismissing them as beneath its concern, and began the slow process of grooming its legs with methodical precision. "Time to go," Hagrid murmured. "We've seen enough, and I don't want to overstay our welcome. The Old One's tolerant, but there are limits to any creature's patience." They retreated carefully from the outcrop, moving as quietly as possible until they'd put considerable distance between themselves and the Acromantula territory. Only when they'd crossed into a section of forest where the webs disappeared and normal vegetation resumed did Iris feel her shoulders relax. That was, she struggled for words, terrifying, but also fascinating. I've never seen anything like that social structure, that obvious intelligence combined with such predatory nature. "That's the thing about the forest," Hagrid said. "It's not divided into good creatures and bad creatures. There's just creatures being what they are, filling the roles they were meant to fill. The Acromantulas are frightening, aye, and dangerous. You'd be a fool to underestimate them. But they're also keeping deer populations manageable, providing food for scavengers when they leave carcasses, even creating habitat in their webs for smaller creatures that can coexist with them. They walked through territory that felt safer now by comparison, though Iris knew the forest held countless other dangers they simply hadn't encountered. She heard rustling in the undergrowth, small creatures moving about their business, nothing threatening. An owl called in the distance, its hoot sounding almost welcoming after the Acromantula's disturbing clicks. "I've seen so much tonight," Iris said softly. "Unicorns and centaurs, bowtruckles and thestrals, and now Acromantulas. Each one so different, with their own magic, their own way of existing in the world. But they're all concerned about the same thing. This disturbance, this change that's coming." "Aye," Hagrid agreed. "And that's what worries me most. When creatures this different all sense the same thing, all prepare in their own ways for some coming change, it means something significant is happening. The forest has a way of knowing things before we do, of sensing shifts in magic that wizards miss." They climbed a gentle slope, and suddenly the trees began to thin. Through the gaps in the canopy, Iris could see the sky had shifted from indigo to pale grey, with hints of pink and gold at the eastern horizon. Dawn was truly approaching now, bringing with it the promise of a new day. "Look," Hagrid said, pointing ahead. Through the thinning trees, Iris caught her first glimpse of Hogwarts in hours. The castle stood silhouetted against the lightening sky, its towers and turrets dark shapes that would soon be illuminated by sunrise. Lights had begun appearing in some windows, the house elves starting their morning routines, early rising professors preparing for the day ahead. It looked beautiful, and impossibly distant at the same time, as though they'd travelled much farther than the actual miles they'd covered. And in a way, Iris supposed, they had. The distance between the student who'd knocked on Hagrid's door and the person she was now felt vast, measured not in physical space, but in understanding and experience. "Almost there," Hagrid said with satisfaction. "We'll skirt round the edge of the forest, come out near the castle grounds proper. Another 20 minutes or so, and you'll be back in time for a bit of rest before breakfast." They walked in comfortable silence, both lost in their own thoughts about the night's discoveries. The forest gradually released them, the deep wild spaces giving way to the edges where Hogwarts wards and protections made the environment slightly less untamed. Iris noticed familiar landmarks, the boundary stone marking the forest's official edge, the gamekeeper's path that students sometimes glimpsed from classroom windows. And then, quite suddenly, they were clear of the trees entirely, standing on the open grounds with the castle rising before them in all its morning glory. The sun had begun to crest the horizon, painting the castle stones in shades of gold and rose, making the windows gleam like jewels. Iris turned to look back at the forest. From here, it appeared as it always had, a dark line of trees, mysterious and forbidding, the forbidden forest that students whispered about but rarely truly understood. Yet now she knew what lay within those depths. Entire communities of magical creatures, each with their own territories and traditions, their own wisdom and warnings. "Thank you," she said to Hagrid, meaning it more deeply than perhaps any thanks she'd ever given. "For this night, for trusting me enough to show me these things. I'll never forget it." Hagrid's bearded face split into a warm smile. "Ye earned it, Miss Thornwood, with your respect and your genuine desire to understand. The forest gave you gifts tonight: unicorn hair, bow-truckle wood, centaur wisdom, thestral acknowledgement. Those aren't things given lightly. You've been accepted by creatures that have every reason to distrust humans, and that says more about your character than any number of OWLs ever could." They walked together across the dewy grass toward Hagrid's hut, where Fang's barking could already be heard, the dog apparently aware that his master was returning. The castle was waking up around them, more lights appearing, distant sounds of movement and preparation, the normal rhythms of school life beginning to assert themselves. But Iris carried with her the forest's deeper rhythms, the ancient magic and timeless wisdom she'd witnessed. And she knew that when she finally reached her dormitory, when she lay down to sleep, her dreams would be filled with silver unicorns and skeletal thestrals, with clicking bow-truckles and star-reading centaurs, with all the wonders and warnings the night had revealed. The walk back to Hagrid's hut felt surreal in the growing dawn light. Everything looked different now, softer, gentler, as though the night's mysteries had transformed not just Iris's understanding, but the very landscape itself. The dew-covered grass sparkled like scattered diamonds, and the castle's stones glowed warm gold in the rising sun. Hagrid's hut came into view, smoke already curling from the chimney, though they'd been gone all night. Inside, Fang launched himself at Hagrid with enthusiastic whines and tail wagging, clearly relieved to have his master safely returned. All right, I missed you too," Hagrid laughed, scratching the boarhound's ears. "Kept the fire going for us, didn't ye? Good dog." Indeed, the fire burned cheerfully in the hearth, and the hut's interior, felt blissfully warm after hours in the November cold. Hagrid gestured for Iris to sit while he busied himself with the kettle, preparing tea with the practiced movements of someone who'd performed this ritual thousands of times. "How are you feeling?" he asked as he set 2 steaming mugs on the table, along with a plate of biscuits. Normal ones this time, not rock cakes. "It's been quite a night. Lot to process." Iris wrapped her hands around the warm mug, letting the heat seep into her cold fingers. "I feel changed," she said slowly, trying to articulate something she didn't fully understand herself. "Like I've been allowed to see behind a curtain, to understand something fundamental about magic that I'd been missing before." "That's exactly what happened," Hagrid said, settling into his chair with a satisfied nod. "Most wizards go their whole lives thinking, magic is just wands and spells, potions and incantations. They forget, or never learn, that the deepest magic comes from connection, from understanding the natural world and our place in it. What you saw tonight, that's the foundation everything else is built on." Iris took a sip of tea, considering his words. Through the window, she could see the sky brightening steadily, stars fading as sunlight claimed the heavens. She thought of the centaurs reading those stars, finding wisdom in celestial movements. She thought of the unicorns in their glade, maintaining purity in a world that often seemed corrupt. She thought of the bowtruckles protecting their trees, the thestrals bearing witness to mortality, even the acromantulas playing their harsh but necessary role. "They're all connected," she said. "Every creature we saw tonight, they're all part of something larger. The forest isn't just a collection of magical beings living separately. It's a community, an ecosystem where everything affects everything else." "Exactly," Hagrid beamed at her. "And that's what most people don't understand when they call it the Forbidden Forest. It's not forbidden because it's evil. It's forbidden because it's complex, because it requires respect and understanding that most students don't have. The creatures there aren't attacking out of malice. They're protecting their territories, feeding their families, living according to their natures. If ye approach with respect, like we did tonight, they respond in kind." "But something's disturbing that balance," Iris said, remembering the warnings they'd received. "The centaurs saw it in the stars, the thestrals sensed it, even the acromantulas noticed prey behaving strangely. What do you think it is?" Hagrid's expression grew more serious. "I've been turning that over in me mind all night. Could be a number of things. Sometimes the forest's magic shifts naturally, ancient wards weakening or strengthening, ley lines changing their flow. Could be an external threat, something or someone moving through these parts with intentions we don't understand yet. Or," he paused, choosing his words carefully, "could be the forest itself is preparing for something, gathering its strength for a challenge ahead. Will you tell Professor Dumbledore?" "First thing this morning, once you're safely back to your dormitory. He'll want to know about the Thestral's warning especially. They're rarely wrong about such things. And he'll decide what precautions need taking, whether we need to increase patrols or strengthen wards or simply wait and watch." Hagrid smiled reassuringly. "But that's for us to worry about, not you. You've done more than enough tonight, learned more than most students learn in 7 years at Hogwarts." Iris reached into her pocket, withdrawing the unicorn hairs and the bowtruckle's gift of wandwood. They lay in her palm, seemingly simple objects but carrying such weight of meaning. The unicorn hair caught the firelight, shimmering with that characteristic silver glow. The wood fragment felt warm, as though it still remembered being part of a living tree. "What should I do with these?" she asked. "Keep 'em safe," Hagrid said. "They're precious. Those are not just for their magical properties, though those are considerable. They're reminders of trust given, of connections made. The unicorn chose to let you approach. The bull truckle chose to gift your wood from its protected tree. Those choices matter. I won't use them," Iris decided suddenly. "Not for potions or wand cores or anything practical. I'll keep them as they are, as reminders of tonight." Hagrid nodded approvingly. "That's a respectful choice. Sometimes the best use of a magical gift is simply to treasure it, to let it remind you of what you learned when you received it." They sat in companionable silence for a while, drinking their tea and watching as full daylight arrived. Through the window, Iris could see students beginning to emerge from the castle, early risers heading to the great hall for breakfast, a few Quidditch enthusiasts making their way to the pitch despite the early hour. Normal Hogwarts life, continuing as it always did, while she sat here carrying knowledge of the forest's deeper mysteries. "I should get back," she said reluctantly, "before anyone notices I've been gone all night, though I'm not sure how I'm supposed to act normal after everything I've seen." "You'll manage," Hagrid said with a knowing smile. "The trick is remembering that your normal life, classes and homework and friends, that's important too. What you learned tonight doesn't replace those things. It adds depth to them. When you study care of magical creatures now, you'll remember the unicorn's trust. When you use your wand, you'll think of the bow-truckles who protected the tree it came from. That knowledge enriches everything else." Iris stood, suddenly feeling the full weight of the night's exertions. Her legs ached from all the walking. Her eyes felt heavy with the need for sleep, and she suspected she'd have trouble staying awake during morning classes. But it was worth it. Absolutely worth it. "Will you take me into the forest again sometime?" she asked hopefully. "Perhaps," Hagrid said, "when there's something particular you need to see, or when the creatures have something new to teach. But tonight was special, Miss Thornwood. A kind of initiation, if you like. The forest revealed itself to you in a way it doesn't for everyone. Future visits will be different, serve different purposes." He walked her to the door, Fang padding along beside them. Outside, the grounds were fully illuminated now, the castle's stones bright in morning sunlight. Students moved along distant paths, heading to breakfast or early morning study sessions. The normal world, going about its business. "One more thing," Hagrid said as Iris prepared to leave. "What you witnessed tonight, the centaur gathering, the Thestral herd's location, the Acromantula territory, those aren't secrets to be gossiped about. The creatures trusted us with their presence, their rituals, their sacred spaces. That trust needs to be honored." "I understand," Iris said seriously. "I won't tell anyone about the specific locations or what we saw, though I might." She hesitated. "I might write about it, for myself, to process it all, to make sure I remember the details." "That's fine," Hagrid approved. "Keeping a journal of your observations, that's good practice for any magi-zoologist. Just be thoughtful about who might read it." Iris nodded, then impulsively hugged Hagrid, or hugged as much of him as she could reach, given his size. "Thank you for everything, for trusting me." for teaching me, for showing me that there's so much more to magic than what we learn in classrooms." Hagrid patted her shoulder gently, his eyes suspiciously bright. "You're welcome, Miss Thornwood. Now off with ye, before Professor McGonagall spots ye out here and asks questions I'd rather not have to answer." Iris set off across the grounds toward the castle, her cloak wrapped tight against the morning chill. She felt oddly light despite her fatigue, as though the night's experiences had somehow made her more herself, more aligned with who she was meant to be. The castle's entrance hall was relatively quiet, just a few early students passing through. Iris made her way down to the basement corridor that led to Hufflepuff Common Room, hoping she wouldn't encounter anyone who might question where she'd been. She tapped the barrel in the rhythm that opened the entrance, and the circular door swung inward, revealing the common room's cozy interior. The fire had burned down to embers, and most of the squashy armchairs were empty. Only a few students occupied the space, seventh years studying for NEUTs, an early riser reading by the window. Marcus Whitby looked up from his herbology textbook as Iris entered. "Blimey, Iris, you're up early. Couldn't sleep?" "Something like that," Iris said, which was technically true. "Think I'll grab a quick nap before breakfast." She made her way to the girls' dormitory, climbing the curved staircase to the circular room she shared with 3 other sixth-year girls. They were all still asleep, curtains drawn around their 4-poster beds, gentle snoring suggesting they wouldn't wake for at least another hour. Iris drew her own curtains, finally allowing herself to collapse onto her bed. Every muscle ached, and her mind spun with images from the night: silver unicorns and skeletal thestrals, centaurs reading stars, and bowtruckles protecting trees, massive acromantulas in their web-draped domain. She withdrew the unicorn hairs and wandwood fragment one last time, studying them in the soft light filtering through her bed curtains. Physical proof that the night hadn't been a dream, that she'd truly walked among the forest creatures and been accepted by them. Carefully, reverently, she placed them in a small wooden box she kept on her bedside table, a box that had belonged to her grandmother, carved with protective runes and lined with soft velvet. They would be safe there, treasured reminders of trust and transformation. As she finally lay back against her pillows, Iris felt sleep rushing up to claim her. Her last conscious thoughts were of the forest as she'd come to understand it. Not a forbidden place of danger, but a living community of magical beings, each playing their part in an ancient and beautiful balance. She dreamed of silver light filtering through birch trees, of stars wheeling overhead while centaurs spoke in voices like wind through leaves. She dreamed of skeletal wings spreading against moonlight, of tiny wooden fingers touching wandwood with recognition and respect. She dreamed of the forest's heartbeat, that deep pulse of magic that existed beneath and beyond human understanding. And somewhere in those dreams, she felt the forest itself acknowledging her, accepting her not as an intruder or even a visitor, but as someone who had learned to see truly, to understand deeply, to respect the wild magic that existed in places humans could never fully tame or control. When she woke hours later to her roommate's chatter and the bells calling students to lunch, Iris found herself smiling. She was exhausted, yes, and she'd missed her morning classes, but she carried with her something far more valuable than any lesson learned in a classroom: She'd been changed by the forest, marked by its magic, accepted by its creatures. And though she would return to her normal student life, attending classes, completing homework, spending time with friends, she would forever carry the knowledge that beneath Hogwarts' civilized surface, ancient magic still thrived. Magic that asked nothing more than respect, understanding, and the willingness to see creatures not as resources to be used or threats to be feared, but as beings with their own wisdom, their own worth, their own essential place in the world's great balance. And that, Iris thought, as she rose to face the day ahead, was the most valuable lesson she'd ever learned. And so Iris Thornwood returned to the rhythm of castle life, carrying the forest's secrets close to her heart. In the weeks that followed, she excelled in care of magical creatures with newfound understanding, her essays reflecting wisdom that couldn't be found in books alone. The disturbance the creatures had sensed passed quietly, a natural shift in the forest's ancient magic. Nothing sinister after all. But Hagrid continued his nightly patrols, and Dumbledore strengthened certain wards, because the forest's warnings were never taken lightly. Sometimes, on clear nights, Iris would stand at her dormitory window and gaze toward the dark line of trees beyond the grounds. She would think of unicorns grazing in moonlit glades, of centaurs reading prophecies in starlight, of bowtruckles standing guard over their precious trees, and of thestrals spreading their skeletal wings against the darkness. And she would smile, knowing that magic, true, wild, ancient magic, still thrived in the world, waiting patiently for those wise enough to approach it with respect and wonder. The forest would always be there, keeping its mysteries, offering its lessons to anyone brave enough to listen. Sleep well, dear reader, and may your dreams be filled with silver light and gentle magic.